idea and bigger schemes aimed at stabilizing even though the forest owl has strong guilty, they underestimate the opportunity. Even it helps the operatives fight back against Albania and giving. This notion was only further compounded by what telling no grand opponent of the Albanians was forward, telling made sure to adapt his wartime central style, reflected full-fledged military leadership. This new paradigm, all aspects of life in the Albanian people, and its territory controlled by the so the army acted with peace and national defense. This then made the highest ranking official and the most influential in the country, even if their only job was to guess what the president level. The Albanians began the campaign that the overthrow of the sorcerer's war came to an end. Help them to control their conquered territories, making anti-Albanian sentiments to a minimum where possible. Capital punishment, torture, were frequently used against political dissidents, and rigid resistance wanted. Many on the Western continent settled into a way of life and safety came at the price of not questioning the military, leaving their heads down. As a result, in the nearly 2 decades following the Albanian line, Roth enjoyed a tense period of relative peace. Those residents were made from subject, those experienced and were very much around opting for their faith in the military, ensuring they would never trust the state. Still, the process of abolishment continued, and it was assumed that new sorceresses were treated in secret, maybe one of the popular opinion being quite sound. Sorceress pushed those lucky enough to receive magic and sorceress. The outcome of the millennium. Chapter 8. together, and you that because the idea was that self-sorceress was open and kind of initiative to corporate friends. Find a white seat ship touching it. Via training technology, everybody is going to ship especially where it was. Don't think I make a decision. They began the company testifying to another hospital. Leah, surrogate parent, teacher, and patron, when he believed that Leah's fears were founded, disproved to be naive. Without warning, the event that Leah feared most occurred. She was possessed by a professor, a very sorceress from the future, who had appeared before her alongside school. She was acutely aware of that one of the things legendary to him capable of existence. One of the sorcerers existed, to be the one to suffer his fate. those who had participated in the Sorcerer's War doubts in the more elderly states of the society. It therefore took many by surprise that an unknown woman appeared from nowhere and transformed herself into the rational Albanian political circle. Plenty of feathers were lost. This was not seeking to gain favour, just the right people. It didn't take long for that to gain favour. Made a decision that confirmed everything they suspected. Messier, no idea was just this small step he desired to combine knowledge of everything. And influence of Albania was a national plan whereby the world leaders would gather together in one place for promise and cooperation. The reality of the world was created all Messier plans to manipulate all of them using their resources to help that pass alone. Ritual Messier Peter was convincing what Messier wanted to after attention on a global scale, something that she knew would pressure there is no life. The only way to accomplish this was to take bold action on Delek, and use the tape for over 20 years. Or a new military conflict. After the Holy Empire employed the world, there are new cycle. Both have been challenging themselves to progress on what the Alliance did, but neither have managed to progress and stay ready to twist. In fact, even though the pair had been about gardens for some time, they were far ahead of the other celebrities. Self-indulged to about garden much later in life. It wasn't really a skill problem. They struggled to keep focus on their school, not being distracted from the cipher, and vice versa. This petty rivalry always played crisis needed them to focus on the greatest threat of their lives, and indeed the greatest threat of the the world, the rising. As they wrestled with the news for years' possession of the Calvinian invasion of Ireland, we also received news that someone in the cipher had been at it again, taking part in a death-defying duel on the campus. As usual, neither was willing to back down and wrote in but as far as a reminder of the stalemate that occurred in the game. Sid was unwilling to deal with such behavior at such a time that
Yeah.
Candidates would be deployed alongside seed field instructors and operatives in a low-risk, live combat environment to test their abilities and evaluate if they were ready to graduate. But in the case of Zell, Cypher, Zell in school, candidates would lead to the final test in one fire cannon, taking injuries, herself how the appropriate logic and skills but they didn't. The school made them aware of the present term and such tidy mark that no one can scrap the manufacturing about the seed or something that makes the treating applications unable to watch and doesn't compare to watching the speech. However, they watch self-self. Notice the gap in speech was as explained in the mission, hosting global so that the various nations of the world reach out to everything is going according to what and just the yelling about the idea how we just interrupted by unexpected after failing his seed examination, my first was defined in order that is spotted danger for men and man. It was blinded by his own ego yet again. This time they will grow consequences to action. Alongside these of the seed exam, it meant Santa was prohibited leading Noah step west to bring him a complication. Frustrated him when, even though his three seeds had been assigned to Noah, he knew that none of them had summoned the ritual. They just wait there. It's assertion that was true. Albania from the Baltic Sea then managed to pull their way out of the life of Travis Sid and Albania As a consequence, I felt carefully matters in those hands. We needed to show Renan how much he kept her and her people. In order to show the school he was superior on me. And being led by as he did, I had abandoned the mission with his mind to I realized that without taking the presence of my lady hostage through the life of my world, I was making out the and after pretending God had fortunate years, all was no threat. But this was her God attempting to take stock of the situation and requested that he self-assist and divide which was their aim. This, and subsequent exchanges, that was telling the accused who was responsible for this reprehensible act. Swift communication. As the scene continued to unfold, Piper realized his options were more and more difficult. Within this man had he had an ultimately assessed opportunity. Furnishing man was now dead in the water. There was no way that the other nations of the world would agree to these stories when their own forefathers suffered such a significant security breach. She could use this help for the corruption of renegades in her death. So she could make it a side bone to raise the killing.
¿Qué iba a hacer?
Hello, Kongs. We're going to do elephant. Nearly bested a deer with the help of his comrades. The possessed deer was simply far too powerful for this rookie C team, and she used her vast magical powers she could about Seed, before then implementing the second, the complete and utter annihilation of the entire organization As the military started to mobilize in search of a loan, Cypher, who had been promoted to commander of the Galbated military, was given the task of interrogating his former allies inside the D-District prison. But the questions didn't seem to make much sense to him. Ultimecia had always believed that there was some huge conspiracy against sorceresses, and this is what fueled Seed. She ordered Cypher to try and uncover the secrets of the organization, but the truth was, ultimately, Seed had been set up to stop one specific sorceress. There was no way for Spawn to know that, or any other member of Seed, as Thea and Sid had never shared the truth about Seed or Marty with anyone. Cypher had a sense that he was barking up the tree, but as he had failed the Seed exam, part of him wanted to believe that there was something secret that was sparked onto new graduates, and so he started to believe Ultimecia's line of thinking, that there was a huge conspiracy in the school, but the rival wasn't telling the truth out of spite. He probably was one. But wanting to clear up his task, Cypher was diligent with his torture. It was therefore quite fortunate that Spawn and the other Seed operatives held in prison were able to escape the combination of weakening and good luck. It was through their escape, though, that the group were able to learn of Ultimecia's grand plan, and to enact her secondary objective, she wanted to use a nearby facility to plant high-tech, ultra-long-range missiles to destroy both Trapia and Valangard. With the official line given, this was to be retribution for the failed assassination attempt. This placed the small group of fugitive Seed in a precarious position. They each had people they loved and cared about, who were stationed at Trapia and Valan, but how could they save everyone? Knowing this, the choice was made to send one party, led by Spawn, to Valan Garden to warn Sid so that the students and Seed could be safely evacuated, while another, led by Selby, went to the missile base, attempting to sabotage the launch and hoping to stop it together if possible. Unfortunately, though Selby's party was successful in infiltrating the base, they were unable to stop Galbadia firing on Trapia or Valan, which had close under the earth, nor could escape fate despite the obvious peril they faced. Trapia Garden, unfortunately, took the full force of missile attacks, but at Valan Garden, due to the obvious peril they faced, everything was in complete chaos. News of Steve's involvement in the failed assassination plot against Adia had reached the ears of Nor. For the joysticks and overall ergonomics. After my experience with the Switch 1 Pro controller, which I'm still using now, so it lasted basically the entire generation of the Switch 1 and now the Switch 2. But it seemed like Nintendo took what they had with the Switch 1 Pro controller and upgraded, almost took it to the next level for this one. So they didn't necessarily reinvent the wheel when it comes to the form factor, nothing like that. But there are some pretty good improvements here that to me makes this the best controller from Nintendo. I mean, some are saying that this is the best controller they've ever used, and with all factors taken into account here, they could be onto something. However, there's a whole other side of this equation when it comes to Switch 2 Pro controller that also makes it one of the worst controllers. So, in a way, it's the best worst controller that we've seen, which I'll explain exactly how all of that is coming together. So, you guys enjoy the video, like button, subscribe. So, the Switch 2 Pro controller released at the price of $85. So, it's a high watermark, I guess, for Nintendo when it comes to their controller pricing. Outside of the Joy-Cons, which you can look at the Joy-Cons as two controllers, but for the standalone single controller, we are now at the $85 threshold, which, yeah, great. I mean, we're going in the wrong direction there. We're far away from the days of, like, the $20 Super Nintendo controller or something, but these also have a lot more functionality all the way around. Now, when I first picked this controller up, the thing that you'll notice immediately is the feel. It's this rubberized plastic components, and I do think it helps to make this really feel even more quality in my seat form. It feels very solid. Like, it's been a lot here to try to make this feel like one solid piece. You can tell it's not clearly because of like the plastic lines here, sure. But even looking around, there is no obvious spots for where screws go. So this is something I did notice with the Joy-Con controllers for the Switch 2, and it carries over here to the Pro controller. Now looking around, again, very similar setup to the Switch 1 Pro controller.
a couple of differences. The C button very clearly right here. And then we also have a right on the back. We do have two macro buttons. We have GL and GR. That's something that the Joy-Con, or the Switch 2 Joy-Con charge grip also has, but this was much more pronounced, obvious, marketed, that this had that equipped right out of the gate, which is pretty cool to see that from the official controller from Nintendo. And typically with, say, Xbox or Sony, you'd either have to buy an attachment, say, for the DualShock 4, or you'd have to get the Xbox Series Elite controller that does take you up to a whole other threshold of pricing. So I think it's interesting that Nintendo decided to throw those in there and also build it in on an OS level where you can change it right from like the quick setting. And the C button is used to then go into game chat where you can talk to your friends, video chat, share your screenshots and stuff, and video. I think this is in a good spot since it is difficult to accidentally hit. I guess you could slide off of this joystick and hit it, or even then it's not difficult from the feedback. So this is kind of just where they decided to, and if you look right down the middle here, it is symmetrical, it just looks off because of where the placement of the two sticks are. The sticks themselves are glide sticks, I believe is Nintendo refers to them, where they're very quiet. And that's something that I think is an interesting strategy and something that they focused on here, where they retooled this so it's not making a click noise constantly. It still makes a noise, but it's not that loud click that you hear when somebody's toiling away Street Fighter and fight people. Maybe why? Well, it had a more subtle sound, not that the same plus minus. Although you still have more of a micro, have some share, snapshot, home, C button. He had incredible. It is better than what they turned in with the Switch 1 Pro controller, and it has more of a influence. So if you kind of have a center, it doesn't kind of run around here, and you can feel the center point. Whereas the first revision of the Switch 1 Pro controller, it would just sink all the way down. At first, like, don't give it at all. Whereas this kind of refine that at the time. On the top, it's all standard stuff. DL, DR, R, L. It's like a tone up here, where you have a voice tone that has that very, very light gray. And at the top here, you can see feeling cross. You have your, when you're working towards range here, and turn on range. You have hopefully that's the reset button. You have reset. Case flip or something. Right alongside of our USB-C card. I will say battery life-wise, I think I've charged this thing 3 times since I got it day one. I did an unboxing for this on the initial stream for the Switch 2 when I got home with it, and I've been using this ever since. And I didn't necessarily run into, okay, like I think one time I ran into a situation where it told me that the battery was critically low and it had the red battery icon on the screen. Otherwise, though, after so many days, a week, I go, maybe I'll just go ahead and plug it in while I'm not using it to USB-C and let it charge. So I haven't really been in a situation where it's just outright died on me. And I think that, once again, lives up to what we've kind of expected out of Nintendo now, which are very good battery life out of their controllers. I mean, across the board, and in right now an environment where you have a PS5 controller that lasts handful of hours, it is nice that you can turn in Nintendo and say, oh, that controller is 30 to 40 hours for a single charge. Now, you do have some features missing clearly that are on, say, a DualSense controller, like the adaptive triggers, the light bar, the touchpad. I mean, they have removed things from this. We do still have the digital triggers on the back here. Some people don't mind. I think it'd be nice to have analog triggers back, since that does help with racing games and now GameCube games, but Nintendo has
Luigi.
Juanito. Johnny.
Q Haces a esta hora XD.
Nada, estoy jugando. Domingo jugando.
A.
Video. Originally, I was hoping to have the WWE 2K25 or Switch 2 review done. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit more time and focus. And this is actually something I talked about in that video, but I thought about it and I was like, well, people that are going to watch that video are going to watch it and see what the fuck is the 2K25 on the Switch 2. They might not watch this video and then vice versa with that. If you're not interested in wrestling, you're probably not going to watch that video. So I thought I'd do a program make its own separate video today and talk about this because I think it's something that hasn't really been talked about all that much, and maybe that's because of the execution. It hasn't really been great until then, and I think this is such a potential game changer for Nintendo Switch 2 because the way this feature works, it's something that you can't get on other platforms. It's something that you can only get on the Switch 2.
YK Lucas XD.
Awesome feature.
Se llama Final Fantasy VIII, Johnny.
Ability aspect. I love the new magnetic Joy-Cons, having game chat in there. You know, I think is super fun. But something that was talked about a little bit was, of course, game share feature on this Switch 2,
Okay.
in which you can share a game from your Nintendo Switch 2 to another system, whether that be streaming across the way Nintendo Switch 1
Aneta los
or a
Luigi
Nintendo
Maxa
Switch
browse
2
y
system.
apoya
Many
a sequire
games don't
stremindo.
offer the functionality.
https://www.youtube.com/at_luigi-maxis/join.
I know when this initially, came out, I remember Spawn made a video testing out the fast racing game on the Switch 2, transferring over to the Switch 1, and it wasn't necessarily the most positive experience in the world. Most people don't own two Nintendo Switch 2 systems. Like, it's going to be a little bit
Paris
problematic
Gringo
to try
XDLK
system,
Habla.
but I was playing WWE.
¿Por qué parece gringo?
Suacento XD.
Ah, su acento. Ah, el bot de voz, yo pensé que Botrix. Sí, el bot de voz sí parece gringo.
XS. XD. Why electro bot de voz de siempre?
Es que ahorita no estoy en la Play, estoy en el... ahorita no estoy en la compu, estoy en la Play directo.
No olvides suscribirse al canal y dar like. Fork solo estoy yo viendo XD.
Pues no hay gente, Juan. A veces no hay gente.
Hey.
A esta hora normalmente no hay tanta gente.
Bot Rix cuenta como persona?
No, Botrix no cuenta.
Hey. Paris que hay dos vindo por eso preguntaba xe.
Igual y uno es Bodrix, sí. O igual y es un tímido que no habla, no sé.
Uneta los Luigi Mexa browse y apoyamos seguir streamindo. https://www.youtube.com/@luigimexa/join. A.
start, so it's a plus one. And it'll game share the game to people that are in your group chat that you set up. So if somebody's on your friends list, send them a group chat invite, they join the room, you can then set the game to them. And I didn't really know how it was going to work, and I was like, okay, this is going to work. Like, spoiler alert, WWE 2K25 is a very, very quality version of it. I own it on the Xbox Series X. I own it on the Nintendo Switch too, and it's light years better than WWE was. I was just like, this game runs 60 frames per second. Like, this is not going to work. So take a break. We have a break room, and there's goes to the break room. He's like, okay. It's like, okay, things are looking decent. The game normally because he also and then we sat there and we played, a couple different matches. We did stuff with AI, we did stuff against each other, reversing moves, time-based thing. So if there's like serious lag going on, you're not going to reverse anything. And I was just like, holy shit. I was like, well, maybe we just got lucky. And so that night, I wanted to set it up with myself, MVP, Nate, and John, Student Spawn Wave. And so John was running late, MVP and Nate and I started doing some matches. And once again, MVP was like, holy shit, this is working so good. And you got to remember, we're also in the game chat as well. So, there's online usage being done to engage because and we're also all playing together. The experience mimics as if somebody is in the room. Like, it's just as I see it. It's just like that being a multiplayer. As soon as John came in, and I'm like, all right, he's going to ruin everything. There's no way that we're going to be able to run 4 people on just one version of the game. And, honestly, there was a hiccup or 2, but we played, like, tons of matches. And to only have 1 or 2 hiccups across, I want to say we did 6 or 7 matches,
different types. We did an 8-person battle royal where it was 4 of us and then 4 computer people, and it was fine. Like, there's a lot of crap going on the screen there, and it was absolutely fine. And you're just like, this works so well, and like, this is such a cool freaking feature that I feel like nobody is like really talking about, because most games aren't utilizing it. Even with WWE 2K25, to the lead up of the Switch 2 version of the game, did you know or hear about it's going to have game share, and you could share your copy of the game? So essentially, if I'm playing the game and I have a friend online, they can play the game with me. You can, once you close the room and stuff like that, or you're not playing on your system, obviously the game ends. But I'm online all the time now, you know. So then it got me thinking, like, well, what about other 2K games? Because, you know, the fact that there is a lot of timing-based things, timing-based grapples, timing-based reversals, like, what about NBA 2K26? Because WWE 2K25, from a graphical perspective, is much more in line with the Xbox Series X than the last generation versions. There are a couple things that I'll talk about in my review that the Switch 2 version does not have in terms of graphical effects, like minor things that I just noticed because I played so much of the game on the Xbox, but nothing like egregious, like character models, frame rates, and stuff like that. Tons of action on the screen. There's no...
Me encanta, Juan, es muy bueno.
Pero ¿cuál es tu juego favorito?
Este que estoy jugando es mi juego favorito.
A.
Johnny.
Unetalos Luigi Mexa browse y apoiamos seguir streamando. https://www.youtube.com/@luigimexa/join.
iba a hacer?
tardes Luigi, estuve inactivo porque manda reparar mi móvil.
Un Scorp, ¿qué onda? Sí, yo igual estoy inactivo porque estoy enfermo. De hecho estoy jugando en mi play directo porque estoy medio enfermo en cama, pero quería jugar y streamear.
Yo estuve con dolor pero ya ando bien.
¿Te andas mejor?
gracias, chicos. Fue todo un éxito el episodio.
¿Cómo van los preparativos?
Usted la muy chido, muy rellena con teórica, pero la arepa se come dobla.
La casualidad.
Hola Luigi.
Hola, mini.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, tú, mini.
Bien. Los Luigi Mexa browse y apoyame seguir streamando. https://www.youtube.com/@luigimexa/join. ¿Qué estás jugando?
Estoy jugando mi juego favorito, Final Fantasy 8 del PlayStation 1.
Vas aprender directo más el rato.
Some insight into what to expect for the future of World DLC, and it could go absolutely bananas. Yes, I'm suggesting that there may be some significant crossover DLC between Donkey Kong Bonanza and Mario Kart World. We've been theorizing about this for a long time, and now we have even more evidence to believe so. Disclaimer, this bit of information would actually be spoiling some pretty significant characters in Donkey Kong Bonanza, but I'm not revealing these spoilers in this video, so you can watch through this video without any concerns or spoilers about Donkey Kong Bonanza. Do not worry. However, the bigger point I want to make with this video is how there has been this conversation as late that perhaps Mario Kart World is dying. I do not agree with that. I think Mario Kart World still has plenty of legs and a very, very bright future. And some of that future has to do with new updates, and I think this first big one is going to have to do with Donkey Kong. And there are some very significant possibilities here that I do think they can make...
Vale, ¿por qué no salen los Malboros? Malboro. Esas mierdas, en serio. Malboro. Malboro. No. Malboro.
So, for those who are unaware, in Mario Kart World, a lot of the characters that aren't NPC characters, a lot of the main characters, in the case of Donkey Kong, I find this one to be the most egregious because Donkey Kong has always been around for every Mario Kart game, because the first one technically is Donkey Kong Jr. And then in the case of Pauline, she's essentially as important as Daisy or Rosalina, yet they have more costumes than her. And Pauline even has alternate costumes in Mario Kart Tour, yet we only have one for Pauline and only one for Donkey Kong. Why is there only one alternate for these significant characters in Mario Kart World? Well, as we found out, the next big game for Nintendo after Mario Kart World on Switch 2 is Bonanza, and the starring characters for this game are Donkey Kong, but also Pauline. So the costumes and such for the game Pauline is adopted, eventually there will be used these costumes in Mario Kart World. However, Pauline in Bonanza is not the same Pauline in Mario Kart World. This Pauline is a younger Pauline. And so that leads us to wonder, is young Pauline going to be added to this game, not just different costumes? And that seems like a pretty likely possibility, especially after what we've seen of the voice actors being credits for both Donkey Kong characters that have had voice work done that have not been shown in Mario Kart World, yet these voice actors are part of credits. We've actually seen something like this happen before in the case of Astrobot. Astrobot had voice actors in the credits from the base game, but their work wasn't actually seen until the DLC. And this actually makes a lot of sense considering theory. The theory is that this has been intentional. This could actually be talking about so there was a plan initially that obviously the voice actors would be part of the project from early on, and they would be in the credits. And so we have plenty of reason to believe that they are going to be adding Donkey Kong characters to Mario Kart World. I'm not going to be talking about all the Donkey Kong characters in Bonanza because that would be spoilers, but some obvious ones, young Pauline, perhaps Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, Frankie Kong, and maybe a lot more. There could be a significant amount of characters added to Mario Kart World. But I think it wouldn't go beyond just characters. As we've talked about, there is a lack of costumes for DK and Pauline. Those should be added in as well. There's a lot of costume options between Donkey Kong and Pauline throughout Bonanza. But even just characters and costumes, I don't think would be quite enough. There are even some really interesting costumes as well. Let's consider Randy, for example. Randy is an animal, not a cart. They could just put a Randy-inspired vehicle in Mario Kart World, not just different from that be Rob-inspired vehicle or the Dolphin Jet. But you know what would be even more interesting? If they literally just put Randy himself. Like, hear me out here. There was you cancel Donkey Kong Racing League, or you would race on Randy. So what if Randy himself functioned as a cart? And when we consider that in Bonanza, that Randy has actual barrels to help with his racing, blasting around, riding in exhaust, carrying up like a cart, they can very easily put this in there. They can have sparks, they can have the boost in the beginning, there could be smoke from Randy's feet as he turns and all that stuff. Like, this could actually work. Randy would be the most epic vehicle option. But there's actually another vehicle option that makes a lot of sense, and perhaps even more sense than Randy himself. And that's the minecart. The minecart for Bonanza has an actual exhaust now, and when you tilt it around the sparks, kind of like the drift or sparks in Mario Kart, they could very easily adapt.
Subido en 2006. Cuando empecé en 2005, ¿no? 2005, 2004. Entonces, como que yo estoy hice que mucho público latinoamericano conociera YouTube. Y antes yo era más conocido. Cuando sigue el YouTube, como que lo hice por y después de bajar la piedra y que me hice de
A ver, por fin. Ahí está. Uy, bien. Pensé que iba a valer madre.
Entonces es como que yo estoy aprendiendo a ver cómo es este contenido. Empecé a utilizarlo porque yo tenía una página que quise hacer bien, pero ya va no me todo quise hacer. Hoy en día empezó a pegar niños, me lo voy a araña, imposible, a veces se puede, y empezó a dar mucha gente a la página, y después lo bajaba. Exacto, para el YouTube. Entonces tuve que recurrir a subir los videos a YouTube para ocupar el ancho de banda de la bajada del video. Entonces fue generado un recurso que usó para que la gente pudiera ver los videos. ¿Por qué tengo YouTube? Ahora no tengo YouTube. Empecé a subir los Dailymotion también en Vimeo, YouTube y YouTube porque era más fácil hacer porque tenía una cuenta de Gmail, ya lo metías y era Gmail lo viste que Google compró de YouTube, finalmente eso lo que te pasó lo tengo por una cabeza @gmail.com, tiene cuenta de YouTube que a mí me lo pagaron, la primera se llamaba cabeza de quizás un libro, si yo me escrito a veces se ponga que lleva a 40 millones de un año que crece ninguna locura. Entonces todo dice que de cierta forma como que yo hice que mucho público latinoamericano
Ay, me lleva la nota. no conociera YouTube, que antes no era así que lo veo, por eso creo que no me existía el tema de ser suscriptor y tener seguidores. Seguidores no importaban. Empezó después con Facebook, ahí empezó a ser y yo subía videos pero en la época de de Cotter, que son, no sé de qué estudio de agencia, no sé qué, digo que la dueña y así me llegó el like se llama Iván, el rogazo que era con Iván. Soy un rogazo, me gusta el pedazo, y Mattel, que son los dueños del los impactos podía mandar hasta 150 personas por ley. Mandaba eso 2 o 3 veces. Una vez me empezó a llegar a mí, yo como que ya me están enviando mi propio video, como que cerró el círculo y llegué al lado. Entonces, eso ha sido alrededor de finales del 2005. En 2006 ya empezó a salir ya en vez de 5.000 entradas personas. Cuando creo que hice el hombre canal que fueron 30.000 personas en la web, era una locura. Y entrabas y era después de la página. Y ahí empecé lo que digo antes, empecé con otro video que pegaron porque empezamos a primera gancha, mega sopeda, con eso empecé a subir. Y ahí YouTube me rompía los huevos. Había partes de mi video que eran cuando lo compró Google, ahí se empezó a poner demás botones. Antes de ser youtuber, que
para que la gente sepa mucho diferentes, pero sí,
sí, que nací en Estados Unidos, soy gabacho,
entonces parte de lo que pides tu contenido, pero antes sí, grababa eso mucha animación cuando yo empezaba en el Mario. Yo tocaba una banda en Uruguay de 11 tiros con los cuales grabé discos, como que tenía un trasfondo siempre artístico, pero siempre un estilo de humor decía palabras para uno, siempre el humor sexual era parte de
maybe a garden, unfortunately technical forward. That ballad garden, due to the obvious peril of space, everything was in chaos. Music is used in ways of evacuation Take the skin, no filters on each choice, and then sit and expected them to turn on their phony headmaster due to the predicament that they had been placed in. Large portions of the student body showed loyalty to Sid, and the wider mission of standing up to sorceress. They weren't going to bow down. They're surprised and antagonized more than the larger faculty. Some students did those. Those loyal to Sid desperate. They found it in a state of chaos. Everywhere they turned, students were fighting students, and faculty were rounding up seat members by using monsters from the garden's training center. Fighting through the garden, School did manage to find Sid. This is where he learned that communicating Garden's imminent destruction was impossible, as the internal communication system was broken. Just when it looked like there was no way out, the garden was doomed. Sid then revealed a hunch. As Balan Garden explored the ruins of an old central shelter, Sid surmised that it contained some kind of defensive mechanism that was designed to protect its inhabitants from the new roads. Much to everyone's surprise, the defensive mechanism was infinity. And just as it had saved Centra many centuries prior as they attempted to flee from the catalyst containing pride, it performed the same function again, this time ensuring Garden narrowly avoided the Galvanic missiles. This was not not the end of Balam Garden's trouble though. The mechanism that controlled the garden's steering was broken, and this meant no cause for the party. To make matters worse, Lord, whose takeover attempt had been temporarily stalled, lost doubt, began to have it out with Sid, going so far as to take matters into his own hands and attempt to deliver Sid and Seed to Galbadia himself. This proved to be one step too far. Having cajoled Sid all those years ago and manipulated him, Lord felt he was near invincible. After all, he had amassed a private army across 3 separate continents. But now, Lord's empire was in ruins, literally and figuratively. The garden had been destroyed by the Galbadia missiles, while Galbadia Garden had claimed independence. Balam was also in disarray, and now that the infighting had stopped, the garden faculty remained loyal to their P-monster. Even attempts to try and wrestle back control had ended in disaster, and after then being defeated in his last stand, he ended up fleeing inside a protected capsule, hoping that somehow he survived the coming war. This sequence of events, though, also showed the ruthlessness of Ultimacia. In a short time period, she had subdued one of the most powerful nations on the planet and attempted to eradicate who she perceived to be the main source of opposition in this time war. It also showed that Ultimacia was erratic and unpredictable. Almost as soon as Adia had started to act in multiple ways, White Seed had attempted to mitigate this. Haste, the ship broke away. The location was purposeful. Balam Garden was the closest thing to an anti-sorcerer stronghold that existed in the world. Out of the 3 garden installations, it housed the most competent and experienced individuals, and they were there in their greatest numbers. The White Seed hoped, therefore, that it was the safest place for Alone, should anyone try to take her by force. What they hadn't expected was the extreme nature of assault that Garden was subjected to, at the whim of Ultimacia. Had they taken Alone to Tradia Garden instead, due to its remoteness, they would now have likely been dead, and it was only by some miracle that she and Balam Garden had managed to survive a similar fate. However, White Seed didn't want to put their hands in the fate again. Balam Garden had survived one assault, but they surmised that there would likely be others, so they decided to remove Alone from the firing line and turn it at the White Seed ship and the anonymity the vessel granted. The prediction then turned out to be true, as Balam Garden and indeed School soon to face their greatest ever test. After defeating North, School had been left overwhelmed by everything that had transpired. Lord had made relatively a normal life, attended a military academy for years, was graduated, being a reluctant part of the resistance movement, becoming an assassin, and then once a fugitive. And to top everything out, he found out that the person he believed was running Garden was just a snap. Without prior warning, and with plenty of more qualified candidates available, Sid then decided to make School the spokesperson for Balam Garden, forcing him to apologise for an incident involving the Fisherman's Horizon that was completely outside of his control. What School failed to realise, as Sid had never imparted his knowledge, is that since that fateful day a decade prior, School had been groomed for his life. Sid and Adia always knew that the fate of the world was in School's hands. They didn't quite know how or when he may be needed, so all they could do was try their best to make sure he was ready. That's all Sid ever tried to do. Now, with full control of the garden, following the demise of Nord, it led to Sid taking a decisive piece of action. Shocking the entire institute, Sid resigned as the master of the garden's intercom and announced that he would be placing School in charge as the garden's new commander. Without too much time to settle into the role, School was then forced to face destiny. Galbadia Garden had mobilised and was now under the full control of Adia via Ultimacia, and they were ready for war. This news was complicated by their own recent discovery as the true identity of the sorceress and the connection with the ultimate. However, realised that the battle was inevitable. If he didn't step into the role of leader, people may die, irrespective of who the sorceress was. So he sprung into action, assigning squads to defensive duties, and everyone is prepared for battle as they could be, given the circumstances. When the two gardens collided, fighting was unlike anything either side had ever seen. When taking into account the internal struggle against war or the invasion of Gaul, it seemed everywhere one turned, students from both gardens, supplemented by Seed operatives and Galbadian soldiers, were locked in life or death struggles, all while the sorceress and her knight watched from afar. School and Noah had their own life or death struggle, but after they resolved this and fought their way through the battlefield, they came face to face with the sorceress once again. Filled with conviction that this was the final battle, School had no intention of this second encounter with the sorceress turning out the same as the first. Stronger and wiser than his previous attempt, he looked into combat with Cypher, and two engaged in yet another bitter gauntlet struggle. By no easy task, Cypher was defeated again. It was during this time that Ultimatum realized something. The seed that stood before her was the one destined to stop her. Unlike their last encounter, where Ultimatum had ultimately spared the SPC with hopes of extracting useful information, this time she vowed to kill. They braved Idia's strongest magic and used their years of training to bring down their former matron, trying as hard as they could to hold back where possible so as to not kill her outright. In Idia's defeat, she was freed from the grasp of Ultimatum's possession, and due to how close she had come to death, the process of embodiment then occurred. With Renoa being the only suitable nearby candidate, she was forced to accept both the powers of Idia's sorceress lineage, but also Ultimatum. Receiving this power, Renoa was understandably overwhelmed. The sensation was nothing like she had ever experienced before, and she was unprepared. Just before she fainted, Ultimatum was able to implement a Hail Mary play. Idia was no longer a viable target for her schemes, as the embodiment process had muted her. Noah was a ready-made replacement who was younger and more susceptible. This trade-off required a pivot. With Idia indisposed, Ultimatum's grip over Galbadia had the potential to be weakened, but it wasn't removed yet. If they could keep the demise of Idia's secret, Cypher, who still had absolute authority over the Galbadian military, could continue to use the nation's vast resources to enact a new plan, one that required the rehabilitation of another sorceress from his timeline, and the subsequent implementation of a shock and awe campaign designed to flush the lone out. Using Renoa as a vessel, Ultimatum communicated her plan to Cypher, giving explicit instructions to use the Galbadian military to find and restore the lunatic Pandora, so that the Delta Tomb could be brought back to the planet, also using their information network to find them alone. And to ensure this plan went off without a hitch, Ultimatum then communicated with Renoa. Chapter 9: Fight for the Future. In the wake of the conflict between Galbadia and Alan Garden, School and the other remaining members of SEED were left with many unanswered questions. They were also left reeling by what had happened to Renoa, who is now in a comatose state. Based on the answers that were now forthcoming from Idia and Sid, there seemed to be only one course of action. They needed to seek out a loan too. Unfortunately, this had been further complicated by an even higher on the grand scale decided to become active. After becoming president of Esther, Laguna had done everything he could to ensure the nation's people stayed safe and out of harm's way. But when it came to the safety of his own family, he was forced to take another course of action, keeping them at arm's length, the likes of Dr. Dean, Goodman Singh, and Rodney Clausen. Kramers had been a fantastic ally in this regard, acting as the perfect shield. When Ultimatum started to narrowly and unload, Laguna decided to take matters into his own hands. Still had spies operating in the world. It's also safe to assume that those spies would have reported back to Laguna the increasing murder around Galbadia's unknown girl named Malone. Galbadia knew that Malone had been in Valor. They also became aware of the White Seed she was doing purpose. And shortly after the White Seed had rescued Malone from Alan Garden, they were accosted by the Galbadian Navy. Everything looked quite real. That was until a ship from the Astarian Navy showed up on the sea, with Malone then abandoning the White Seed to go back to Esther and to her father. On the surface, this decision by Malone was not the necessary step to planet, the rest of Ultimate's plan is also progressing as intended. Under the supervision of Saito, the Albanian military have managed to excavate the lunar flora in the depths of the ocean, proceeded to steer it straight towards TS Point, ready, waiting to receive the ruminated on the task at hand, more and more something would be realized. He had the same knowledge of what had become rushing to the academy and first escort the sorceress memorial, water Grenoble was feeling wrapped up with activities awful. Here at school of Grenoble, they were one and everything that happened. Everything is still there. Psycho was still out there giving ultimate bidding. Unicry had fallen from his confidence, and Esther was soon to be in the hands of Ultimessi. Everything looked clear. What they didn't realize was that brighter minds had formulated a plan that was only possible with the school's noble action. The Esther, Luna and school met giving Ultimessi what she wanted. Objectives were limited options. When Ultimessi events was not in the original plan that Laguna and Odin had laid out, and School and the other members quickly found themselves improvising in order to get things back on track. At least because they then had to witness the now possessed Bell junction knowledge of the body, where augmenting the one power. Although it was a fierce and also precarious battle, Bell needed to be defeated quickly, or she would gain further power without her to annul the process. Fortunately, they were able to accomplish this objective. When Adele defeated, Al was able to absorb that power through the process of the body. The mission was back on track, only by the skin of its teeth. But there was no time to celebrate the victory. Working fast, as soon as Ultimecia then possessed Renoa, Alone carried out her part of the mission, telling Ultimecia to go far enough into the past so that she could initiate the path of the mission, or then severing the connection with the path of the school. This led to reality seemingly falling apart. Fragments of time rumbling and moving about, everything was in the sky. Heroes proceeded to fight their way through a myriad of unphantom and sorceresses from the past, present, and future, finding themselves at the important place where they all met those years ago. As if they might there know, each of the orphanage was suddenly not the list they remembered, but instead decided to great struggle and conceive the bodies of seed operatives shoot about
Iba a ser Paul Show.
Ultimecia's castle was a place befitting of a dark and twisted mind, and a convincing, populated, dark place that was filled with the most powerful monsters Ultimecia could summon, including some guardian forces which had twisted into cargo renditions of themselves to serve as guardians. Ultimecia had gone out of her way to make sure that anyone attempting to interfere with her plan would be magical and physical seal she had past. Those obstacles took away many would-be heroes. Making their way into the broken door. Ultimecia, not only finding the events, but also excited this was all a fake. She felt she was ready. Ultimecia was well versed in ways of magic, and expected to there was no way she had any intention of letting them stop the universe. There was one thing Ultimecia could do, it was Defeating Seed working towards her destruction. Were essentially on board Seed here. And so, just like any good Ultimecia felt compelled as a sorceress, Ultimecia was one of the strongest in the world of fantasy. Her basic form was down. Unknown to him, she had a clever trick waiting in the wings, summoning a guardian force known as Reaver, made from Squall's own mind of the most powerful being he can imagine. She set the monster on the party in her stead. And just when Squall had thought his worst enemy bested, Ultimecia then took it a step further. She junctioned herself onto Reaver, enhancing its power even further. As the battle wore on, Squall and his companions were growing ever more real. They were also wearing Ultimecia level 2. But to them, this progress was hard to notice. Ultimecia was growing ever more desperate and afraid, and even she found it was harder and harder to keep up with her sword. Suddenly,
Ultimecia then disappeared. Lulled into a false sense of victory, all seemed to be going well, but then she reappeared in her most horrible form yet. With her human form hanging upside down from her torso, Ultimecia had transformed herself into a vision of pure terror and magic. Pushed to the brink, she was going to dig deeper than she ever had done before and force time to finish compressing. Her last ditch effort to defeat Seed was to force the end of time and reset existence. In this form, Ultimecia in many ways took on an appearance reminiscent of the Great Hind, who had likewise cast aside his human skin at one point to embody his true power. But though Ultimecia was a descendant of Hind by lineage of sorceresses, she was not yet God despite her efforts, and Squall saw his final and true form of her power as the final opportunity to defeat her. And to defeat her, he did. With each crushing blow, Squall fought through Ultimecia's onslaught, as her once arrogant taunting turned into regretful reflection of the nature of time and existence, and inevitably one's own demise. The next phase, however, was to be the most difficult. Odin had theorized that once Ultimecia was defeated, the time compression spell would begin to unravel. To ensure they were not lost, each of the members who fought this battle needed to ground themselves somehow, and find their way back home. As a final throw of the dice, Ultimecia was able to separate Squall from his friends and disorient him. It was at this moment that Squall suddenly found himself alongside Ultimecia back in Adia's orphanage all those years ago. The time had finally come for him to live the very event that had fated him to travel the path he had with Seed, the garden, all his friends, and his mother. Hearing to Adia as she recounted to him, Squall watched as Adia took Ultimecia's powers, her dying words a furtive wish to not disappear. Squall then informed Adia of Seed, the garden, and the sorceress before going back through the time anomaly, leaving Adia with a plan to protect the future. Ultimecia was now defeated for certain, that he could be sure, but this course had left him alone, lost and out of sync with time. He had become separated from the others, become more alone than he ever had in his entire life. Squall had lived most of his life putting up barriers to others, acting as though he could need anyone else in the world. But through his adventures with his friends and through his relationship with Manoa, he now knew differently. He knew there were people out there who cared for him deeply, and he knew who were looking for him. All he had to do was call out. Searching through the wastes of a land between space and time, Squall wandered and wandered for what felt like aeons before collapsing. It seemed to Manoa playing in his mind. Would he ever be able to find his way back? He had to believe. Then, out of nowhere, Manoa appeared. Feeling Squall through time, she used her powers to reach out and cradle him, bringing him back to the galaxy, uniting him with the others in their now restored timeline. They had travelled through time, defeated the sorceress, and survived time compression. Seed had won, and threat Del, Winter Delling, and Ultimecia is now gone from the world. That concludes the complete, unabridged timeline of Final Fantasy VIII. My name is Daryl, and I would like to thank you all so much for watching. Honestly, reading through the comments as this series has progressed has been so heartwarming. This was a new type of video for us, and it's been so great to see how much it has resonated with all of you. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone who has stayed with us until the end, especially those who chose to support us on Patreon. We're saying thank you for us creating this type of content. Now, to the important question. We'd like you to let us know in the comments which game you'd like us to cover the timeline of next. If you did enjoy this series, please make sure you like all the videos, subscribe to the channel, but also make sure to hit the notification bell so you're informed when we post up on next timeline history. In short, any interactions you make are very helpful. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Benjamin Snow,
Pulsamo Dragon Fang.
Super special Hunger Night supporters on Patreon, as well as everyone else who supports us on Patreon and via YouTube membership. Alright everyone, this is Daryl, signing out. I'll see you all again soon for more Final Fantasy goodness.
This video is brought to you by PBS. Dump hard.
Vamos ver que até um quilo. Oh, dele. Perdi.
Emulation of open source news. Let's get started. Alright, to kick things off, yes, still camping, yes, another absolutely gorgeous day, I hope. Keep walking through spirals here. Anyways, we have thunderstorms yesterday and a lot of rain. They seem to be on the brighter side. The sun is coming out, the weather is...
Wait.
gearing up, and hopefully we get a great day. So come along with me on my morning walk, and let's talk some news. So first up on the docket, we're talking about Nintendo Switch emulation with Eden. And I would say that this is a pretty darn big release for the Eden. Hey.
is
Video games can you name in just the first 10 seconds?
Banjo.
It's a staple from the N64 that is from Banjo Kazooie. This is what it is every single day. Three games you have named. Here's the second game. That one there is from PlayStation 1. That is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Let me know in the comments which one you got right, which one you got wrong today. Here's the third and final game. There is from the Super Nintendo. That is Super Mario 1, 2, 3. Guys, for today, post your scores, and I'll see you tomorrow for the next quiz. How many video games can you name in just the first 10 seconds? That was a staple from the N64. That is from Banjo Kazooie. I post these quizzes every single day. 3 games you gotta name. Here's the second game for the day. That one there is from the PlayStation 1. That is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Let me know in the comments which ones you got right.
de la temporada en la jornada 3. Solamente hay 2 porteros en la historia.
When Final Fantasy VIII was released to the world in 1999, it made a huge impression on gamers, and it's when Final Fantasy VIII was released to the world in 1999, it made a huge impression on gamers, and it's still recognized for its innovative gameplay, stunning visual quality, and enchanting musical score. But the most redeeming aspect of the game was likely its overarching story. So in this video, I'll provide a complete chronological storyline explanation for the entirety of the game, using in-game footage and canon as my source. Please make sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, click the bell, and tell me your favorite memory of Final Fantasy VIII in the comments below. And now, let's get into the tale. In the world of Final Fantasy VIII, technology hums alongside ancient magic, duality shaping a
Released in 1999 as a follow-up to the wildly successful Final Fantasy VII, Released in 1999 as a follow-up to the wildly successful Final Fantasy VII, there's no denying that Final Fantasy VIII had big and existing concepts were pushed further than they ever had been before. In the form of Triple Triad, Final Fantasy VIII would also feature one of the most addictive and enduring minigames ever associated with the franchise. But perhaps the most captivating part of the experience is its story, which was delivered through a smart blend of in-game cutscenes and stunning cinematic sequences that wowed audiences. Built around themes of love, war, and fate, this story would reference a myriad of ideas from popular TV shows, movies, books, and even other Final Fantasy games. And it will continue to draw heavily upon sci-fi concepts like its predecessor, Final Fantasy VII, building on them where it makes sense to do so. One prominent example relates to the use of flashback sequences. In Final Fantasy VII, these were used as an important storytelling device for exploring Cloud's past, but in Final Fantasy VIII, their use expanded well beyond this, to the point where the flashbacks became a secondary, almost parallel plotline. We would see players take control of a completely different set of characters, and by using this approach, the writers were able to draw players into a multi-generational story that helped to not only flesh out the world, but also create subtle connections. They also introduced character elements that were intended to be ambiguous, such as the identity of Squall's father, allowing the player's imagination to draw their own conclusions as opposed to telling them outright. This notion permeated through the rest of the narrative in a way not seen before within the franchise, and due to how ambiguous the narrative and lore was in certain areas, this led to some very compelling fan theories being crafted as a way of attempting to explain and justify specific events that happened throughout the game. One of the most popular will suggest that Rinoa, the game's tutoragonist, was also the game's main antagonist, Ultimacia. Even though that theory is well crafted and has some intriguing visual evidence, its popularity pales in comparison to another, quite extreme theory, which suggests that Squall, the main protagonist of the game, is actually dead for most of the typical playthrough. On face value, when said like that, it sounds quite nonsensical. After all, how could the main protagonist of the game be dead without the player even knowing? But as shown by Rahul Chowdhury and Deirdre Ratta, within the game itself, there are a surprising amount of oddities that can be difficult to explain, and when positioned in the correct way, they do help to present quite a compelling argument. So, is Squall dead? Let's find out. The basic premise of the theory is that Squall dies at the end of Disc 1, and everything that happens afterwards is based on a perceived reality, as opposed to the true reality. This means that every event, from the player's initial introduction to Balan Garden through to the attempted assassination of Sorceress Adia, is assumed to have actually happened. Everything that happens after the failed assassination attempt is not. And this is all because of how the assassination attempt concluded. After defeating Cypher and then squaring off against Adia, Squall, Irvine and Noah appeared to be in the ascendancy. But after becoming annoyed by their persistence, Sorceress Adia decided to put an end to the charade by summoning some giant ice shards and flinging them at Squall. One of them did inflict significant damage, and Rinoa looked on in horror as the force of the impact flung Squall from the parade float onto the pavement below. To say this scene was impactful would be an understatement. Even now, the whole sequence from Irvine's failed attempt through to Squall jumping in a car and driving aggressively through crowds before confronting Adia head-on is some real high-octane stuff. And when it ended, the camera looking up from Squall's perspective before fading out to black, it led to so many questions as the player was asked, "Who swapped this?" Outside of the more obvious, such as what on earth should happen, some of those questions may have also related to the fate of Squall. And given what Square had just done with Aerith in the previous game, there may have been a faint fear that they had chosen to take the concept of an impactful death to more extreme levels. Many of those questions would be answered as soon as Disc 2 was inserted, as the player would see Squall alive and well, and the immediate assumption was that Squall was treated for his wounds, making a full recovery. But the theory assumes the exact opposite, that the wound was in fact fatal, and that everything that takes place at the start of Disc 2 until the end of the game is a dream, akin to the concept of someone's life flashing before their eyes right before the just instead of taking place in a few seconds, it slowed down and showed in more detail so the player can play through it. When explained like that, the theory doesn't sound all that far-fetched, and there are aspects of what happened after the commencement of Disc 2 that add weight to that theory. There are also some elements that were already foreshadowing in the narrative of Disc 1. One of the more intriguing of these elements relates to a sequence that took place within Galbadia Garden. While waiting for the news about their upcoming mission to assassinate Sorceress Thea, the party were informed that Cypher had been captured and was to be executed for his part in attacking President Della. This revelation led to a lot of reflection amongst the party, and perhaps the most extreme reaction came from Squall, an individual who had been at odds with Cypher for as long as he could remember. This came across as surprising in numerous ways, not least because instead of being concerned for Cypher, Squall was more concerned with his own existence. This led to him deliberating the soon-to-be extremely relevant existential question, what happens to us and the people we care about after we die? And this deliberation led to him blurting out a statement that stunned the room. In the context of the theory, this particular sequence can then be considered foreboding and rather pertinent to what is assumed to have happened at the end of Disc 1. Here's where things deviate though, depending on how you perceive the events that happened, as after booting up Disc 2, we saw that Squall was awake inside the prison, and the anomaly here showed no sign of Squall having ever been wounded. This is in stark contrast to what happened after the powerful opening sequence, where Squall had his face sliced open by Cypher's gunblade and ended up in the inferno. In the immediate aftermath, Squall not only puts a bandage on to help with the healing, he also references still being in pain, and of course, ends up with his legendary scar. Based on this, it's clear that damage within the world of Final Fantasy VIII can be permanent and very real. Despite the wound received by Thea's hand being far more severe, Squall appeared to have a clean bill of health and was already strung up, ready for torture. After then being tortured relentlessly, Squall is rescued by his ally, but nobody references any part of the action activity, and it's never spoken about again. The only person who does this is Sergio. This sequence also Now, beyond these aspects relating to the story itself, this video and beyond fantasy, and the mystery behind the numbers, their connections with Shumi, and the mysterious nature of how Garden was created. As the narrative progressed, more boundaries would be pushed. Singing here. That such action was taken, then justified by the notion that they needed school to be alive and well for the purposes of interrogation. In terms of the science fiction aspect, even though Disc 1 is well-rounded, it does also contain the boon. There's also plenty of lore related to the Guardian forces and associated memory loss reviews. Even one of the game's most outlandish concepts, the Cry, is referenced within the Balan God computer system as the reason why the second civilization was wiped out. With this at the ending also has a degree of narrative explanation. Following the defeat of Ultimate Path knew that everything would get quite messed up, and that there was a chance that they would get lost within the chaos, unable to find their way back. Noah was meant to give his school angry. For a while, he struggled to visualize her inconvenient away and failed to make his way back to their constant meeting place. Worried, Noah then used her powers as a sorceress to both hit the school and, by hugging him, provided an anchor and managed to guide us back to reality. Similar counter-arguments can be applied to lots of countries without that theory. Even though that may be the case, it's still hard to find any kind of explanation relating to how Outlook plays both the numbers and the shooting strike field. That's before we even get on to mentioning what's perhaps the most interesting about this theory is how the developers themselves responded to it. In an interview with Jason Schreier in 2006, asked his opinion on a variety of Final Fantasy fan theories. These range from where the Knights of the Round actually would have defeated Jenova in the past, through to where the Go-Go in Final Fantasy VI is actually Daryl, Setsu's old friend. In almost every instance, Kitase spoke with conviction to deny the theories. Even in the case of the Go-Go rumour, where he wasn't quite sure, he gave narrative reasons as to why he wouldn't want it to be true. Regardless of popular Final Fantasy VIII theories, Kitase was very firm on denying that Noah was not a seer. He said, "No, that's not true. They are similar, they are not the same person." However, when asked about Squall being dead, Kitase's answer would end up being quite surprising. In the initial sense, Kitase stated that the theory was not true, as the injury Squall sustained was not fatal. However, he then stated that the Squall was dead theory was a very interesting theory. Further to that, Kitase then said that if they ever made a remake of Final Fantasy VIII, they might do so with that theory in mind. Now, based on how Kitase and his close collaborators have chosen to develop the narrative of the Final Fantasy VII remake, that statement is very intriguing. And it means that even though Kitase did say that theory was bogus, as Squall is not dead within the original game, should they ever choose to remake Final Fantasy VIII, well, who knows what will happen. Either way, we hope you enjoyed listening to our run-through of this popular fan theory. If you'd like to find out more, then please do check out SqualllisDead.com. There you'll find a comprehensive breakdown of the theory, as well as a comment section that's been live for over a decade. It contains extensive debates on the merits of the theory, and it's well worth exploring. We'd also love to know how you feel about the theory, and whether you'd like to see them explore how it could be integrated into the story should they ever choose to do a remake of the original game. So let us know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button. Alright everyone, with that, this is Daryl signing out. I'd like to extend a big thank you to all of our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters, especially Benjamin Snow, Chris M. Walker, the livestream, Elsa Claire Farrell, Galsa and Jarka. Final Fantasy VIII still stands as one of the most iconic and unforgettable games related to the Final Fantasy franchise. This was achieved by building upon what had come before, while also introducing new elements. Many of these elements would also go on to become prominent parts of the series as a whole, such as characters with realistic body proportions, as well as the now famed vocal track. Let's not forget though, that Final Fantasy VIII had big shoes to fill, and Square spent big on development, marketing, and distribution to ensure that it was going to stand to build its own success. As such, the podcast is providing fascinating topics of information and interesting trivia that has remained relatively unknown, save for those who choose to dig deep into the details. That's just what we'll be doing. As in today's video, we'll be diving into even more insightful and very obscure facts related to the game. That's why we won't be talking in too much detail about common areas, like how the song The Very Kali was used in the 2004 Summer Olympics for a synchronized swimming performance, or how the Goonie story was originally planned to make for around half of the game's content. So, strap yourselves in as we delve into 7 more Final Fantasy facts that we're confident still didn't know. We're going to kick this off by talking in detail about how the roleplay actually works, because it's not how we expect. Final Fantasy franchise has become known for its unique original weapons. Some of the more recent examples include Renewal's Binding Rods from Final Fantasy XIII and the New List from Final Fantasy XIV's Sage Job. but one of the most iconic weapons to have ever appeared across the entire franchise is undoubtedly the Gunblade. After debuting in Final Fantasy VIII, Gunblades would go on to become a staple within the rest of the franchise, with variants featured within the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy XIII, and Final Fantasy XIV. But it was Final Fantasy VIII where the most famous and comprehensive versions could be found. Designed by Tetsuya Nomura, the Gunblade was created as an initiative to make the combat experience feel more active. Aside from simply giving wielders like Squall and Cypher commands in battle, it would see players able to hit a button at the right time as a normal attack was executed, and doing so successfully would see them land a second critical hit. The other purpose of the Gunblade was to help distinguish Squall as a character, as this would be an emblematic weapon, similar to how the Buster Sword was symbolic for Cloud in Final Fantasy VII. But perhaps the most fascinating and rather obscure element relating to the Gunblade is actually how the weapons work. When hearing the name of the Gunblade, the general thought that it would be a gun and a blade. This would somewhat be the case in Final Fantasy XIII, but in truth, the original Gunblades in Final Fantasy VIII functioned quite differently. There's a general consensus that the Gunblade actually functions similar to a shotgun. That was revealed within the Final Fantasy XIV archive. Instead of acting as a ranged weapon that requires bullets, the Gunblade actually inflicts additional damage via blade resonance. This would still require bullets like a gun. Some glitches were far more adverse and could permanently damage the same file, leaving players with no choice but to start over completely. And one such bug involved the Ragnarok. If the player landed the Ragnarok too close to any structures on the world map, including forested regions, the airship would potentially get stuck on top of that particular area. This would make it impossible for the player to board the Ragnarok again, as the airship would be too high up for the character to even enter. This would essentially break the game and prevent the player from completing the main story, as the Ragnarok was needed to enter the lunatic Pandora. If the player had accidentally saved upon triggering this bug unknowingly, it would ultimately require them to have to completely restart and redo 3 discs worth of content, making it a particularly loathsome glitch. This painful occurrence actually happened to a YouTuber named Leroy Pinos when they were attempting a 100% completion run of Final Fantasy VIII. Now invested into the game, Ragnarok ended up stuck on top of the tree, preventing them from re-entering and effectively ending their run. Thankfully, in the remastered versions of the game, this bug seems to have been patched, but it's something to be mindful of if you happen to be playing the classic versions. In the aftermath of Final Fantasy VII's massive success, the anticipation for Final Fantasy VIII would reach great heights, especially they also engaged in some Square Electronic Arts wanted to go
ultimately achieved.
Ragnarok. trofeo más. 47%.
At least one of the winners, but was only able to uncover the sliver of information that someone had possibly just chosen to claim the cash value of the car instead of the car itself, which was around $10,000 at the time, and to this day, it remains a mystery. When Final Fantasy VIII first began its development, Tetsuya Nomura had expressed a desire to place the game in a school setting, which ultimately gave rise to the Garden of Military Institutions. Three main facilities were Valhalla, Albania, and Trajan, and outside of Valhalla served as the game's starting point. The others became important focuses throughout the story as it evolved. With that being said, the original concept of the Garden was also quite fascinating, at least in comparison to what we got to see with the final product. At one point in development, the three gardens were actually planned to transform to what can only be described as a super garden, with the order being interchangeable. Art director Yosuke Noura described this as a Getter transformation, most likely taking inspiration from the Japanese manga series Getter Ways to Go, which did these sort of transformations. This concept would actually extend to the front having silhouette prepared for it. The idea never came to fruition, as the finished product would only see the individual gardens being able to transform. As a further description, there are exactly the gardens to see
identified himself as a vanity character, and instead inserted lines wasn't feasible without the members doing this kind of thing. While some elements, such as their way to with only applied to minimize the space. Also, what I noticed about the rest of the insertion of the vocal track was a long-held previously matter. It originally wanted to include vocal tracks as part of the stage, where it would have the honor of being the first song from a video game to ever released. But perhaps one of the most interesting facts that's led to many other singers that ultimately decided association with these artists was further influenced by the facets of ability. For a while, listening to wrong music, the rest of the team were suitably impressed, and it's alleged that after with every name like game featuring stuff on the book. Some of these have been aligned with Japanese artists such as Kumi and Hanabaki, but it's also stretched further and it's licensed.
because there's nothing worse than a sequel that feels too easy to beat. Final Fantasy has learned this lesson well, and perhaps why there are so many movies.
In the previous 3 episodes of the series, we explored the concept of super bosses and association with one another, changed and evolved how we almost rejected. This time, we must straight to where they have resurfaced. So, if you're coming in fresh, we therefore recommend checking out episode
It's unfortunate that we don't, but reality is that I don't really find it to be that likely to be in this direct. That is something that I expect more next year here until this 40th anniversary to possibly get announced. But when we're talking about this year, we're talking about this week's
Listo. Tengo todas las Timbermaniacs. Ahora. ¿Cuántos trofeos me faltan? ¿Cuál es el dorado? Timberbanix el dorado, ok. Me faltan 9. Ok, no es trofeo, pero vamos a... Sí. Me falta... el del de...
Other departments of Square also went into overdrive, as did their publishing partners, and it meant that across its release on the PlayStation and then PC, Final Fantasy VIII featured a whole host of rather interesting initiatives that would keep games occupied before its release, and forward to plan well into the future. The developers themselves introduced a whole host of small nuggets of information that only the most dedicated of fans would notice. And throughout this video, we're going to touch on a wide array of topics related to Final Fantasy VIII, from gameplay mechanics that fuel the experience, through to the game's expansive lore, and even some rather unorthodox merchandise. So be sure to subscribe if you've not done so already for more high-quality Final Fantasy content, from a subtle, under-the-radar, standalone release of Triple Triad, through to expansive details about the world map that were never... Let's run through some very obscure facts about Final Fantasy VIII in our typical regular style. Oh, and don't forget to keep your eye out for lots of little bonus facts here. Before we do though, here's a message from the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN, which can help you with your online safety, and also help you to bypass content that's gated or censored based on your location. As many of us have been spending an increased amount of time at home online over the past year, it's become more apparent that certain content just isn't accessible depending on where you're based. For us, being able to remove those barriers has actually been very helpful, especially as Lauren has gone hardcore into learning Japanese. As we're based in the UK, very few shows on Netflix offer Japanese subtitles. By switching our location, we have access to not only a few more new shows, but also better options for audio and subtitles.
map, but it's still a bit of a pain if you don't know where to go or what you're doing. So what we need to do for this particular quest is encounter a strange UFO object around the various parts of the world, and we need to do it several times in order to go ahead and complete the quest. Now, there is a trophy also tied to this particular quest, so it is important to do, especially if you're playing the remastered version or the Steam version and you want to get that trophy, but also, of course, on any version of the game where you want to complete everything there is to offer. Right then, so what we need to do, first of all, for the first location, is make our way over to Win Hill. Oh, one other thing I should really mention is that this is only available, this quest, to complete once you've got access to the Ragnarok. So if you don't have access to the Ragnarok, just keep playing the game until you do get access to it, and then that'll be absolutely fine. You can go ahead and do the quest. Right, so make your way over to Win Hill, and you want to be on this particular of Win Hill, the side with the path, because the way this works is we need to actually find the UFO in battle. Now, it doesn't matter if we turn off battles. In fact, I'm going to recommend we do just that, either using the toggle on the remastered version or the encounter non-ability from Diablos, because the UFO will still appear as a battle even with that toggle on, so it actually makes things a lot easier. Now, it's not really random where the UFO spawns, it's more specific spot on the map that causes it to appear. And for the Win Hill part, it's around this side of the path, and there you can see it, look. We're going to cow across the screen, because why not? And all you have to do is literally run into the correct location, and that will get it to show up, as you just saw there. So if you're running, for example, around this side of Win Hill, you'll still be in the right location, which is Win Hill 1. But you'll run around here for ages and you probably won't appear. That's because you do need to be around this part of the path here for it to show up. And you do that and it will appear. Alright then guys, that's the first of 4 locations that we need to get the UFO to show up. Next up, we're going up north a bit. And you want to land just to the east of Timber. Actually quite close to the coast. So once you've landed, just make your way onto the beach here. This should be Mandy Beach. So I'll just check once we've got on there. This is indeed Mandy Beach. It is, yes. Okay, so make sure it's Mandy Beach. We've landed on, and the UFO can actually appear, it seems, even when you brought the world map up. That's interesting enough. And the same thing will happen again. This time it's carrying a head of a statue. Interesting. Okay. So that's what we need to do, is see it in battle. You don't need to fight it, you don't need to do anything, you just need to see it in battle. And that's 2 out of 4 done. Let's move on. Location 3 can be a little bit on the tricky side. Make your way southeast of Drea Garden, and what we're going to do is take the Ragnarok, just go to a little island off the coast here. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and land on this particular island here. Just make sure that you're a little bit further away from the beach side, where the beach is on the other side. I'll just show you where this is. Okay, hopefully that gives you a good view of where you need to be, just up here on this little island. And there we have it, straight away. So because it's quite an actual spot that you need to go to, you might just need to move the Ragnarok if you've landed on it, on this particular island. Okay, looks like we're carrying a musical symbol of some kind there. Is that not left? Interesting. Right, next up then, we're heading down south towards the central continent, the one with the deserts where we thought Platino was earlier, but not the little island part of it. The bigger deserts. So I'll see you down there. Okay. Yeah, so make your way over to this bulge here on the central continent, and then what you're going to do is just land the Ragnarok a little bit towards the edge there. Okay. And just as far, then somewhere around here. Oh, there we go, look. Is where we'll discover the UFO on this occasion, carrying a pyramid, because why not? So what we're going to do now is head over to where the Chocobo Sanctuary was. We did those quests earlier. It doesn't matter if you did those quests or not, you're still just going to fly over here. And we need to just find Chocobo Sanctuary. It can be a bit of a nuisance to locate exactly. There it is. It kind of blends in, doesn't it, to the surroundings. But if we just land up here, then we should be able to go ahead and find what we need to find. We can just turn speed up for a moment. There we go, and then we should be able to find the UFO again. Let's just turn things around. Yeah, seeing Chocobo forest here is what we need. Right, now this is we're going to find the UFO, but a little bit differently to the other locations. We have to actually attack it, it's not carrying anything. So a couple of hits should do the trick here. And then we should be able to find the UFO again. Let's just turn things around. Yeah, seeing Chocobo forest here is what we need. Right, now this time we're going to find the UFO. Anyhow, once you've attacked it and destroyed it, well, at least sent it off reeling. Looks like it's had a bit of an accident to go up on the occupants when we say to that. Now, before we do that, we get a couple of bonus items first. These aren't the main quest reward, but they're very nice to get. They are the Painter's Amulet, which teaches the Guardian Force the evasion junction. Oh, that is the only item we get there. But that's not the main quest rewards, I say. So what we're going to do now, to finish things off, is actually make our way over to Ballon. I mean, it didn't look like it went pretty far. That we destroyed it, didn't we? No, didn't it? What we're going to do now is run around the crater here, just around the edge. We'll get another encounter. And look at this, it's a little alien fella. Now, unfortunately, he's not feeling too well after we knocked him out of his spaceship. He wants an elixir. He doesn't just want one elixir, he wants like 5 elixirs. So we'll start feeding them to him. More elixirs, please. So I think we're about to feed him number 2 and 3. This is now the final part of the quest as well. Be careful not to attack him here. That's not what you want to do. I haven't actually done that myself, I haven't tested it, but it might do in the quest for me. 4 and 5. By the way, I've just checked, you can actually kill him. You'll get an accelerator item if you do that. But I'm not going to do that, because you can actually get a unique item by giving the elixirs here. Along with the trophy, you get Poo-Poo's card. Now, Poo-Poo's card is unique because, as far as I'm aware, it's the only card in the entire game you cannot get more than one of. So you know all the other rare cards, once you've refined them, you can go ahead and win them back again on this 4 in the Ragnarok from the CC group members. Yeah, you can't do that with Poo-Poo, which is kind of interesting. It's the only one in the game.
Subtitles. Surfshark VPN is also able to mask your IP and help protect against DDoS attacks, and it's available on native devices with plugins for the most popular browsers. Today, we have a special offer for you. If you follow the link in the description below and use our code Final Fantasy, you can get 83% off plus 3 extra months free, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you're not happy, you can always just get your money back. Thanks again to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring the video. And now, on with the facts. Final Fantasy VII was filled with copious amounts of minigames, from the famed squat challenge through to the CPR sequence, and of course the gold saucer. Many of these minigames left a lasting impression. They were also constrained by in-game location. When work started out on Final Fantasy VIII, the developers decided it would not be best to try and replicate the same approach. They still wanted there to be the occasional minigame that would appear as part of natural progression through the game, but they were keen to make sure a bigger focus was placed on a few well-developed minigames, as they believed this would allow them to have an even longer lasting impact, and one of the most famous, Triple Triad, was born from Katase's desire to create a distraction that could be played anywhere in the game's world, and it was heavily influenced by the success of Magic the Gathering. This had been released in 1993 in North America and Europe, but it didn't manage to make its way to Japan until much later. When it did, the Japanese public took to the game and showed incredible levels of interest, so much so that the decision was even taken to host the 1998 World Championships in Yokohama. Realizing Magic the Gathering had global appeal, Katase thought that replicating its appeal in-game would make sense, and Takeyoshi Nakazato, who is also one of the lead directors working on the battle system, was assigned to create a card game specifically for use with Final Fantasy VIII. Triple Triad would see players be able to play cards with NPCs throughout the world, with each region having specific rules. Cards could also be collected and traded, and even though there was almost universal loathing of the random rule, Triple Triad proved to be a huge hit. Such was the nature of its success that a bright spark at Square had an idea. They believed Triple Triad could exist outside of the confines of Final Fantasy VIII, and sought to release it as a standalone application in Japan so that people would be able to collect cards and play against their friends. With hindsight, it seems like a very logical idea, but back in 1999, less than 30% of Japanese phones had access to the internet, and speeds were nowhere near what they are today. For that reason, Triple Triad was built so that it could be played against either an AI or between two computers that were on the same local area network, as opposed to relying on the internet. The next question was then distribution. Due to how niche the product became, Square chose not to release it as a truly standalone application, and it was bundled in with a software package that DigiCube, Square's merchandising arm, were releasing for Japanese consumers who had PCs. It was called Final Fantasy VIII Desktop Accessories, and it could be purchased in local convenience stores like Family Mart or 7-Eleven for around 5,000 yen or $50. and alongside Triple Triad, it would feature custom icons as well as wallpapers, screensavers, and themes that were designed for use in Windows 95 and Windows 98. There was also a specific Final Fantasy themed mail application to make sending emails more enjoyable. Unlike the in-game version of Triple Triad, the standalone version was quite different. You always started with the same 13 cards, and when entering into a match, the cards you could use were selected at random. You also couldn't select your opponent or manipulate the result should the match not be going in your favour, and if that wasn't bad enough, the AI would almost always have access to better cards, making progress towards obtaining all of the cards quite tricky. Needless to say, this was a very rare experience, and Square did not ever release it outside of Japan, but due to the evergreen nature of Triple Triad, it has since become available as part of the Portal app and Final Fantasy XIV, allowing many gamers around the world to enjoy its unique charm. Perhaps due to how much attention Final Fantasy gained upon its release, as well as the amount of backing it received from Sony, there was also a lot of attention placed on Final Fantasy VIII in the lead up to its launch. Publications jumped on any small update from Square relating to the game's mechanics, setting, and its cast of characters, and official US PlayStation magazine chose to do a huge feature in their September 1999 edition. It spanned 9 pages, included custom artwork, and divulged information such as Chocobo's world even being localized and included in the base game, should the Pocket Station ever receive a release stateside. But even though it was quite comprehensive, it paled in comparison to the huge fanfare Final Fantasy VIII received here in the UK ahead of its release. Despite having a near identical name, due to being owned by 2 separate publishing houses, the 2 official PlayStation magazines had very little in common. This was evidenced by their approach to Final Fantasy VIII, as in the UK, OpenEM decided to release an entire special edition magazine dedicated to Square's upcoming release, and everything else they were working on at the time. With hindsight, it was pretty insane, and it showed just how much interest there was in Square as a company back in their heyday. Detailed within this special magazine were extensive breakdowns of what to expect in Final Fantasy VIII, with a focus on key story segments. There were also exclusive interviews with the creators, and they even explored how Final Fantasy VIII tied in with other properties being produced by Square, such as The Spirits Within, which at the time was simply called Final Fantasy the Movie. Space was also dedicated to look at the future, with a preview of Chocobo Racing, and even prospective opinions about upcoming releases, with mentions of The Bouncer, Final Fantasy X, and Hercules 2. The other huge incentive for purchase was the inclusion of a world-exclusive version of the Final Fantasy VIII demo. The demo had previously been released in Japan and North America, where it was shipped alongside the release of Brave Fence Musashi, as well as being bundled in with orders from Pizza Hut, but the UK demo was much more polished and was also much easier to complete by comparison. Sticking on the subject of the demo, it's well known that there were numerous changes made between the various iterations of the demo that were released when compared to what was seen within the final product. One of the more notable changes was seen with School Space. It was the ending sequence that featured changes that probably stood out the most. Not only was the huge mechanical spider defeated by the machine gun, but Renoa was featured instead of Selfie, something that led to Renoa still featuring during its cutscene in the final game. But there were also quite a few other interesting tweaks housed within, and perhaps one of the most obscure is that X-ATM-092 didn't actually feature in the demo. Instead, what we saw was an earlier version of the monstrous automaton called X-ATM-08. From a visual perspective, it was identical to its predecessor, with some of X-ATM-082 attacks had different names, and it was actually impossible to defeat, owing to a lack of strength within the party and a much harsher time limit applied for the sequence. It was also not possible to hide from X-ATM-082 in the club, something that in the final game would, of course, prevent the ending and defeat sequence from happening, as they would no longer be a chase. It's never been revealed why the name of the enemy was changed, and it may have just been a symbolic gesture from the development staff to note its appearance in the demo. Following the establishment of DigiCube, Square were always keen to expand the array of merchandise they offered alongside their games. They had actually been offering merchandise for many years, even setting up an official shop in the late 90s to sell merchandise from Final Fantasy 1 to 3. But DigiCube allowed them to break new ground by having dedicated teams responsible for production, distribution, and perhaps most importantly, making sure they had all the right partnerships available to them. We spoke in a previous video about how this allowed Square to start producing some high-quality music boxes that unfortunately became extremely rare when DigiKey went bankrupt. It also allowed the creation of other, more curious ranges, and perhaps the most unique is the Final Fantasy VIII Paper Part range. This particular notion has come back into popular consciousness in recent times, and Square Enix even decided to take down a popular fan creator while offering their own line of non-paper merchandise that looks strikingly similar. Back in 1999, Square did not need to rely on fan creators as they produced their own official origami book for Final Fantasy VIII that taught people how to recreate some of their favorite elements of the game on paper, alongside an accompanying CD that contained live-action tutorials. The 128-page book featured visual guides on how to create various Guardian forces, such as Tactile or Carbuncle, and with enough dexterity, it also showed how to create olvides, which is crazy. It's also crazy that due to the sheer volume and scope of merchandise they produced in they even commissioned an action figure on Amazon that was made for the job. Although only they acquired it as part of a very specific set, and it wasn't ever released as a standalone piece. Square released a few different ranges of figures for Final Fantasy VIII, and set Angelo, called Final Fantasy VIII Extra Soldiers, was produced by Bandai. Acting as a continuation of the Final Fantasy VII Extra Knights range, which featured 6 of the game's protagonists as well as Sephiroth and 2 mascots, Final Fantasy VIII Extra Soldiers had 2 different release formats. The 6 main protagonists were released as standalone figures alongside Laguna and Cypher, but there were also 2 collections created and in their place were 3 bonus figurines for Thea, Moonbug, and Angelo. There's a bonus fact here, Angelo, whose full name is Sant'Angelo di Roma, was named as such by the creators to hint at Renoir's wider role within the narrative. Angelo also had some interesting character quirk revealed in the Final Fantasy VIII Ultimania guidebook, such as her hatred for any kind of spicy food, but also a hatred for all kinds of dog food. These rather specific dietary requirements were a result of Renoir constantly feeding Angelo her leftovers, which is why Angelo's diet consists of sushi, apples, yogurt, peanut butter, and white chocolate, even though it's strongly advised that dogs do not eat white chocolate. Final Fantasy VIII was actually the first game in the franchise to receive an Ultimate guidebook. Before then, Square worked with various publishers like NTP, Enterbrain, and Famitsu, produced a wide range of books to support the release of their games, and Final Fantasy VII received Final Fantasy VII Taipei Shincho the Complete, which was something of a precursor to the Ultimania. Ever since the Ultimania guidebooks have been reviewed, they have become synonymous with their fan base and treasured troves of information contained about each of the games they're related to. This has ranged from concept art, information about development, interviews with the developers, and loads of extra lore details that help to flesh out the world and its characters at a level of detail just not possible within the games themselves. Final Fantasy VIII is no different, and the specific piece of information we're going to talk about today is the world map. Within the final game, the world map felt very fleshed out. There were numerous continents, subcontinents, and islands, and cities and villages were plentiful. It was also clear how everything was connected, but what was not disclosed in the game is that the developers had gone into much more detail, providing names for the continents and various regions that existed throughout the world. Guardian, for example, was situated in the Alpine Plains region, which is next to the Bella Mountains, a very clear tribute to Mount Gola in the original Final Fantasy. Orphanage is situated in the Cave of Good Hope, and the Desert Prison sits within the rather humorously named Diggo Desert. In the Final Fantasy 25th Anniversary Ultimania, the developers also chose to share an early iteration of the Final Fantasy VIII world map, which showed Balan Garden as a regency, and it was also meant to be a huge road going through Esther called the Yellow Brick Road, perhaps included due to Katase's love for the film. And that brings us on to our final obscure fact, which relates to the infamous port system. This was created by Takatsugu Nakazawa, and it would feed into the junction system as a way of helping players to better manage their spells, stats, and affinities. We would see players be able to literally draw various spells from specific points around the world, as well as each of the game's enemies. These spells would then be stocked in the player's inventory and would have finite uses, making it something of a high-risk system. Originally seen in Final Fantasy 1 and 3, with spells could only be cast a certain amount of times as opposed to consuming MP. The amount of each spell drawn was determined by a formula that took into consideration the character's level and its partner's level, but most people aren't aware that each individual spell in the game also had a difficulty associated with it that would restrict the number of spells that could be drawn, and the spell with the highest resistance was Apocalypse. This spell, which could only be drawn from Ultima Cia herself, had a draw resist of 46, which was marginally higher than Ultima, another situational spell that could only be drawn from Ultima and another weapon, but could also be obtained from draw points that were situated around the world, such as on the island Versus Heaven and the island Versus Becca. And with that, we're done. We've gone through 7 facts about how the landscape would feel what you didn't know, and as always, curious fellows with bonus facts and good measure. Nonetheless, I'm pretty sure there was so much detail still to do the world. Let us know in the comments below what you found to be the most interesting, and of course, if you enjoyed the video, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Also, thanks again to the sponsor of this video, Surfshark VPN. Alright guys, this is Daryl signing out. I'd like to extend a big thank you to all of our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters, especially Rainy Eckert, Benjamin, Snow and Gregory, who are super special Omni9 supporters, and of course, a big thank you to everyone for watching this video. I'll see you all again soon for more Final Fantasy goodness.
Final Fantasy VII launched in 1997. It became VIII arrived at an interesting time in the history of the franchise, as it followed hot on the heels of Final Fantasy VII, a game that helped to launch the Final Fantasy brand on a global scale. And right at the centre of this was Cloud Strife, a spiky-haired soldier with a troubled past. Despite there being many protagonists who had come before, Cloud managed to ride the crest of Final Fantasy VII to stand out from the pack, and it meant that whoever followed had rather big shoes to fill. Their answer to this was Squall Leonhardt, an introverted teenager with a rather standoffish personality. From the perspective of his visual aesthetic, character traits, and wider narrative, Squall was created following a collaboration between Tetsuya Nomura, Yoshinori Kitase, and Kazushige Nojima, and it was through this process that they would come up with what are now seen as some of the legendary elements that form his character, ranging from his classic one-liners through to his fur coat, prominent scar across his face, and even his rather unique weapon, the Gunblade. If you then throw in some significant character development as the story of Final Fantasy VIII progressed, it's easy to see why Squall resonated with so many people, as he was able to step out of the shadows of his predecessors and stand tall, the prominent protagonist in his own right, not just within the franchise, but also video games as a whole. And it's that significant character development that we're going to be running through today, as although Squall only appeared in just the one game, there was still plenty of substance, and in our classic style, we're going to be running through it all in some pretty granular detail. I love me some Final Fantasy VIII lore too, even if it can be rather quirky at times, so I'm extremely glad that you guys voted for Squall to be the next character that we focused on in our Origins series. Before we get onto it though, I just want to remind everyone that even if you are already subscribed to Final Fantasy Union, make sure you hit that notification button to make sure you get notified when we publish new content. And also be sure to throw in the comments section who you'd like us to take a look at in our next Origins video. So, Squall was born in the small village of Windhill 17 years prior to the main events of Final Fantasy VIII, but due to circumstances beyond his control, he never really got to know his parents. His mother, Rainoir, died shortly after he was born, and his father wasn't around at the time of his birth. The villagers of Windhill therefore decided that it would be best for Squall and his adopted sister alone to be sent to an orphanage at the southernmost peninsula of the Cetra continent, so that they could be properly cared for. It was a relatively common practice at the time due to the devastation caused by the Sorceress War, as many children lost their parents when they were still young. Some of them were off fighting in the war itself, but others were just mere casualties, like Alone's parents, who were killed trying to stop Adele's forces from taking their daughter away. The orphanage that Squall and Alone were sent to was established by Adia Kramer, a sorceress who chose to devote her life to caring for and helping others, and she ended up running it alongside her husband, Sid Kramer. It was full of plenty of children, many of whom, like Zell, Selphie, Quistis, and Irvine, were the same age as Squall, but despite this, Squall didn't really become friends with any of them, and actually ended up creating a small rivalry with one of the other children in the orphanage, who was called Sifa Ormasi. Squall instead found companionship in Alone, who he affectionately referred to as Big Sis, although it's unclear if he actually knew of their familial ties. Either way, the connection he formed with Alone would have a direct impact on his emotional development, but not in a positive way, and that's because the connection was severed. Due to Alone's unique abilities, which included telepathy and the ability to affect someone's consciousness by sending them back in time, Adia and Sid were quite certain that people would try to hunt her down. It was therefore decided that she should be separated from the other children, for the safety of everyone, but none of this was ever explained to Squall, and he assumed that Alone had just abandoned him. As he was very young and impressionable, this ended up being a rather traumatic experience, and it led to Squall essentially becoming emotionally numb as he developed. Because of this, he would actively try to avoid social interactions or the building of relationships, so as to avoid a repeat of how he felt when Alone was taken from him. In short, he wanted to protect himself from the emotional distress that he suffered, and as a result, he closed himself off from the world. But this would be a gradual change, as in the aftermath of Alone leaving, Squall kept hoping that she would return. He would keep looking around the orphanage for her, but one day, after another unsuccessful search, people witnessed to an event that would have a significant repercussion on the events of his timeline, a visit from his future self. Adia tried to downplay the event to young Squall,
but in reality, she had just been told that Squall would grow up to be a seed from the Land Garden, and that he would be trained to defeat sorceresses, the one who had just transferred her powers to Edea. She had also learned that it was her idea to create such an organization. Edea and Sid therefore set out to ensure that Seed was indeed created, but this was no easy task, and it would be a life-altering decision for many of the world's orphans, including Squall. Realizing that she was creating an organization that would essentially be trained to hunt her down, Edea created the White Seeds, and using them as her personal protection detail, she went into hiding alongside Alone, an action that would remove her from Squall's life completely. And with Edea now removed from society, Sid set out to create the Gardens, educational institutes that would be used to train people to become members of Seed, and their initial source for recruitment was orphaned children like Squall. Joining the Land Garden at the age of 6, due to his bullish and isolatory nature, Squall chose to train with the Gunblade, a weapon that appealed to very few students due to how notoriously difficult it was to master. And much to his chagrin, Sifa, his old rival from the orphanage, also chose to train in the Gunblade at the Land Garden, but he didn't do so to spite Squall. His reason was much more simple. It was the weapon of choice for the lead actor in his favourite movie. In the years that followed, each of the children from the orphanage, including Squall, would actually forget about their past together due to their consistent usage of Guardian forces. Only general feelings would remain, and with respect to Sifa, this meant that his deep-rooted rivalry with Squall only grew and grew, despite them not even remembering their checkered history, and it all culminated in an epic exchange on the morning of their Seed field exam. Squaring off against each other outside of the garden, and with safety constraints removed, Squall and Sifa were very much each other's equals, but Sifa chose to use magic to get the advantage, and struck Squall in the face with his Gunblade when he was stunned. Squall then retaliated by striking Sifa also in the face, leaving them with mirrored scars. Following the exchange, Squall blacked out and awoke in Dr. Kadawaki's medical facility within the garden. Not exactly what Squall had hoped for, considering the importance of that day's events, and it also meant that he was behind with his preparations for the day. Quistis, who now happened to be his instructor, realized this, and therefore decided to accompany Squall as he visited the fire cabin, something which he needed to master before he would be allowed to take part in the field examination. It was during this time that Quistis chose to voice some of her lingering feelings towards Squall, which had carried through from their time together at the orphanage. She attempted to boast about the fact that other candidates became flustered by her presence during this kind of task, but Squall was just not interested in her advances. After successfully completing the fire cabin and returning to the garden, Squall was given the unfortunate news that his team for the field examination would be led by his longtime rival Sifa, and that they would be joined by Zeldingt, someone who Squall wasn't particularly fond of due to his loud, obnoxious behaviour. During the examination itself, which saw them head to Dolet, Squall worked with his team to achieve their objective, but upon completing it, Sifa decided to go against their orders. Squall, unlike Zel, decided to let Sifa fall on his sword and actively encouraged his insubordinate actions. And then the trio ended up leaving the central square to head to the communications tower, where they encountered and defeated Biggs and Wedge, as well as an Elveret. Due to this detour, the team only had 30 minutes to withdraw from the combat zone, but Squall, now acting as the leader in Sifa's absence, successfully made it back to the beach. Upon returning to Bellam Garden, Squall learned that his actions during the mission at Dolet were commendable, and that alongside Selphie, Zeld, and Nida, he would be joining the ranks of Seed as a result of his performance. He was therefore invited to the inauguration ball, where he was accosted by a young lady called Renoa Hartley, who forced him to dance with her. After enjoying a rather elegant dance, Squall was then accosted by someone else. This time it was Quistis, who informed him that they were to head to the training area, specifically for Lover's Lane. It was here that Quistis told Squall that she was being demoted from her instructor status due to poor performance. After achieving so much at a young age, this was extremely difficult for her to take, and she just wanted someone to talk to about it. Perhaps due to the remnants of their past relationship at the orphanage still swirling around in her mind, she felt that Squall was someone who may care about her, but instead he responded to her emotional pleas with callousness, telling her to go and talk to a wall about her problems instead of talking to him. The next morning, Squall learned that he would be sent on his first mission. Alongside Zell and Selphie, he boarded the train to Timber. However, while on the train, he passed out and suffered the first of what would become a series of dream sequences focused around Laguna Loire, Ward Zabak, and Kiros Siegel. Upon the conclusion of this sequence, the trio arrived in Timber and were introduced to the Forest Owls, who were comprised of Zone, Watts, and Renoa, the girl who had danced with him at the inauguration ball. She revealed that her main objective to attending the ball was to ask Sid personally for Garden's assistance in helping them free Timber from Galbadian control. To that end, their plan was to kidnap Vincent Dealing, the Galbadian president, in order to enter into negotiations. Dealing, however, saw through their plan and sent a body double instead. After defeating the double, Squall became a bit perturbed by what he deemed to be a lack of professionalism, and he therefore asked to see the terms that Renoa had come to him. Regarding their employment, what he found did not amuse him at all, as it was revealed that Squall, Zell, and Selphie were contracted to supporting the Forest Owls until Timber had achieved their independence, a rather ambiguous goal. Upon becoming resigned to their fate, the trio then accompanied Renoa as she headed to the Timber TV studio, for she learned that the real President Dealing was actually there preparing to make a broadcast. As they made their way to the TV studio, Renoa opined that she felt sad for members of SEED, as they had to just do as they were told, something that made their lives rather easy. Annoyed by this assertion, Squall responded by jesting that even though he did have to follow her orders, it was still unlikely that they'd actually succeed in gaining their independence. And digging the knife in further, he then criticized their planning and lamented the fact that the Timber Owls couldn't even come up with a plan of action on their own. Following the exchange, Renoa was rather upset and decided to cancel their plan to infiltrate the TV studio, and she then left the party. Soon after, President Dealing then began his broadcast, but as it was underway, they witnessed Cephas storm into the TV studio and take him hostage. Quistis followed soon after, and on live TV, she requested aid from Selphie, Zell, and Squall. They rushed to the TV studio to provide backup, but what happened next, nobody could have predicted. As Cephas backed away, he was confronted by Adia Kramer, who was now being protected by a sorceress from the future called Ultimacia. But either way, none of them recognized her as the person who helped to raise them. Adia then used magic to stun them all and convinced Cephas to leave Dealing and come with her. In the aftermath, Squall and Renoa got into another argument, this time around the fate of Cephas.
Squall decided to ignore Renault's clear feelings towards Sifa and assert that due to his attack on the president, Sifa was most likely dead. In response, she simply declared that he was a mean person and ended the conversation. After realizing that they could no longer return to their garden due to their diminished transportation options, Twisted reminded Squall of the Garden Code, specifically Article 8, Line 7. They should report to the closest available garden, Galbadia Garden. And on the way, Squall gave some more realistic, callous views in relation to what had happened to Sifa. Zell was rather freaking out as he had accidentally told President Healing that they were all guarded. He was worried his actions may lead to retaliation against Balam Garden. Squall then simply fed into this panic, making matters way worse. Not able to hold her tongue any longer, Renoa launched into a huge tirade against Squall's treatment of his comrades. But before he could muster up any kind of retort, he passed out again, entering into another dream sequence. After waking up this time, they decided not to dwell on what had happened, and proceeded to Galbadia Garden, although Renoa did apologise for what she had previously said. And once they arrived, they learned that Sifa had indeed been executed for attacking the president. And although he wasn't particularly fond of Sifa, this actually hit Squall pretty hard, as it reminded him of his own mortality. Squall didn't have too much time to think about this though, as they learnt soon after from Martine, the headmaster of Galbadia Garden, they would be taking part in a mission to assassinate Sorceress Adia, and that Irvine Kinneas, who grew up with most of them at the orphanage, would be joining their troop as their sniper. Irvine actually recognised them all from their past together at the orphanage, but decided to stay silent about it at this time, as none of them seemed to recognise him at all. They then collectively met with General Caraway, who revealed himself to be Renoa's father, and asserted that he did not want her to be part of his mission, as she just didn't have the appropriate training. They all accepted this, but Squall reminded Caraway that upon completion of this mission, they would have to go back to supporting Renoa's campaign against Galbadia, and asked him not to interfere. This did not sit well with Caraway, but he somewhat ignored it and proceeded to brief them with the plan. Later that evening, things naturally did not go according to that plan. Renoa went against her father's wishes and confronted the sorceress, only to be captured by her and presented as a sacrifice. Squall also found out that Sifa's execution was a ruse, and that he was very much alive, serving as Adia's knight. After then proceeding to save Renoa, Squall pondered over whether he'd actually have to kill Sifa to get through to Adia. He was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but things started to become much more real after he realised that Irvine was having a massive breakdown and had convinced himself that he couldn't handle the pressure. Squall just couldn't believe it, but he had a mission to complete, and it was at this point when he started to display some of the leadership skills that had been buried deep inside. He instinctively worked to remove the pressure from Irvine by convincing him that the mission's success didn't actually ride on his shoulders. He then proceeded to take the shot, only it failed, as Adia protected herself with a shield. Squall then went into action, jumping down from their vantage point, commandeering a car and heading straight to the sorceress. Now face to face with Adia, Squall let out some choice words for Sifa, who he called a lapdog, and the two
Sí, hace 9 horas. Llevo 9 horas jugando este juegazo. Ya casi tengo el platino, por fin. Pendiente que tengo desde hace años. No soy mucho de platinos, pero es el mejor juego de la historia, así que lo merece. ¿Qué iba a hacer? ¿Qué iba a hacer? ¿A dónde iba? ¿A dónde iba? ¿A dónde iba? Bueno, vamos primero a Fisherman. Pero
earlier training skirmish, except this time, when it really mattered, Squall came out on top. But despite the victory, he would ultimately fail in his mission to defeat the sorceress as she incapacitated him using an ice bolt. Squall then came to sometime later in the D District prison south of Dealing City, and he was greeted by Sifa, who proceeded to torture him for information about Seed and their purpose.
But school didn't actually know anything about that side of C, so his torture was in vain. Frustrated, Sifa left to take care of the missile strike against Balama Trebia Gardens, leaving him in the hands of the prison warden, who in turn left him in the hands of some Moombas. Now, as well as being adorable creatures, Moombas have the ability to identify people by smelling or...
Sí, el micrófono, literalmente el micrófono es mi control del PlayStation 5. Ese micrófono tengo ahorita. Por eso no se escucha tan bien. Estoy streameando de la Play, no estoy usando la compu ahorita. Por eso no hay cámara. Ahí está. No. Y ahora tengo que ir a... Ah, no, perdón. Falta el squad. Ver. Salvar acá.
Yoel Unico Yogo Kala Dedicate Tantas Horas Seguidas Fa Oldino
Dino Crisis 2.
1 Dest la Mañana del Domingo hasta la Madrugada del
Wow, el Dino Crisis 2, ese yo no lo he jugado, Sé que dicen que es legendario y todo. Yo nunca le di el Dino Crisis.
Uneta los Luigi Mexa Browse y apoyamos seguir streamando. https://www.youtube.com/@luigimexa/join.
Yep.
even on monthly right now that time is not just the sum of this deck happens to be individual pressure. Others something of a transformation. Not necessarily something to get agreed with, but without the safety time of time, what would happen if we start in the whole character of our is that issue the role it was decided it would be the party that would get back to the land of in order to try and warn the right, or self would be the party that would and before they left, they realized that wasn't all the requested, which is something they had to do to protect the people
Dos, tres, cuatro.
Why has tomado algún pequeño descanso?
Y has tomado un pequeño... Sí, bueno, comí mientras jugaba. Y no sé si, creo que sí, 15 minutos ahí. Pues a pendejear en el cel. Bueno, de hecho, pensaba que iba a acabar hoy y no creo acabar hoy. Pero bueno, la verdad es que llevo rato sin streamear. Empezó un nuevo trabajo y llevo rato sin streamear y quería streamear. Me enfermo ahorita domingo. Igual, ayer y antes streameé un poco, pero media hora, 40 minutos y me sentí mal, mareado. Y nada, la neta estoy feliz que hoy pude echarme este maratón que no me dio ni ayer ni antier.
No hace rato que ando desaparecido, otra vez tuve problemas con la PC culpa de un driver y una actualización de Windows 10.
Problemas con la PC. Tengo que dejar perder. Palam. Bien, creo que no está mal. Entonces, vamos a dejar perder. Vaya Balam. No. Dolet, bien. Según yo, y en Dolet hay que salvar antes de ir a fucking Dolet. Alguien llegando a Dolet. Hay que salvar Dolet. Chocobos.
For good reason. It had a great cast of characters, a fantastic score, and featured some amazing epic sequences. While other titles have received copious amounts of ports, remasters, and remakes over the years, fans of Final Fantasy VIII always been left feeling rather aggrieved. That particular game often seemed to be ignored. There was the PlayStation 1 classic release back in 2009. This came out on PS3 and PSP, and supported the version from the year 2000 was re-released on Steam in 2013, but almost no considerations were taken for how hardware had changed in that time. It meant that if you wanted to play Final Fantasy VIII, your options were quite restricted.
Por fin. Ok.
but they will unfortunately remain in the original 4:3 ratio as opposed to being upgraded to 16:9. Also relating to presentation is the use The ATB bar is always filled, allowing for instant turns, and unit breaks are always available when a feature attack. As is always the case though, there are plenty of Steam exclusive features.
todos los Final Fantasy son así?
No, son diferentes. Yo diría que son diferentes. O sea, tienen elementos similares, pero esto es como un minijuego de cartas muy aparte. La verdad no necesito esto para platinarlo, pero siento que si no hago esta misión que me gusta, como que no completé el juego. Ay, pero no mames, no saca la puta carta.
musica.